Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the fair use doctrine as defined by 17 USC 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
The record before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Reddington.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was distracted.
So, just with respect to scheduling, so we'll break around 1 today. If we go a few minutes later, so be it. And then Monday, we will also, that's the 31st. We'll break it 1. April 1st, I believe we can do more of a full day, if that works for all of you. And then we can wait to see about April 2nd, which is the Wednesday. As you know, we're off the 3rd and the 4th, Thursday and Friday of next week. And then we have to start a little bit later on the 7th. I have a medical appointment on the 7th in the morning that I cannot change, so we'll start about 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock on the 7th, and we'll see if we can perhaps go into the afternoon a little bit. All right, anything else?
We have booties. I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
We have booties for people to put on when they get to 29 Valley Road.
I see, okay.
I'm hoping that we can enter through the garage,
Yes.
and then people can either remove their shoes or put the booties on as
Sure.
they would like.
Sure. All right, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Yeah, see? That's really neat.
All jurors present, please be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present, our 16 jurors are present, the matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning, jurors. Thank you for being prompt. A couple of things. First, was everybody able to follow the instructions that I gave you at the end of the day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody who was not, raise your hand. No hands are being raised. We always like to see that. I know a couple of jurors had expressed to the court officer that there was a glare on the screen. They had difficulty seeing the screen. So what we're going to do is try to, while we're out on the view, try to make some adjustments so you can see it better. Please keep in mind that anything that's marked as an exhibit, you'll get with you in the deliberation room. Just keep that in mind. Also, to the extent we can move your chairs down a little bit, we're going to do that so you can be a better vantage point of the witnesses who are testifying. Okay? Let me just update you on the schedule as well. So we're going to go on the view this morning. I'll give you a brief instruction about what that is in just a minute or so. We're going to come back and we're going to go until 1 o'clock or thereabouts today, maybe a few minutes after that, and then we're going to break for the weekend. Monday we're going to have a half day again, which means that we're going to go from 9 until approximately 1. Tuesday may be more of a full day, so that means it may be 9 to 4:30, and then we'll talk about Wednesday, but that's for your planning purposes. To remind you, we are not sitting Thursday, April 3rd, or Friday, April 4th, so if you have obligations to tend to those days, you certainly may do so, and then I'll give you an update on the schedule as I promised I would once we get into Monday and Tuesday of next week. Okay? So let me just tell you what the view is. So you're about to visit a place, or places I should say, which you'll be hearing testimony about during this trial. You may have heard some testimony already about these locations. In court terminology, we call this taking a view. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence that you will hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. The view that you will take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The places that you will view are a hotel, or motel I should say, in Dedham, as well as a residence in Dover and a pond in Dover. The attorneys and I will accompany you on this view. We're going to go on a bus that's parked just outside the back of the courthouse. When we are on the view at the different locations, the attorneys may point out to you the arrangement of those locations, different things at those locations that they want you to take notice of. But they may not discuss anything else with you. So they're merely going to be pointing out things and directing your attention to certain locations, distances, things like that. While you are out on the view, you must not take any notes or sketches, and you cannot in any way take photographs, video or audio record anything while we were on the view. You must not conduct any independent investigation while we're there. So don't start pacing distances off and things like that. Please pay attention to the court and to the attorneys while we were out on the view. You must not return to any of these locations after we go today. So you can't go back this weekend or ask somebody to do that for you or go by next week. That is not permitted. Your responsibility while on the view is to see the places, observe them carefully, and make mental notes of what you see while we were on the view. During the trip, so while we're on the bus, in between locations as well, you must not discuss the case or anything about it among yourselves or with anyone, and you must not permit anyone to talk with you about the case. You will be under the supervision of the court officers at all times, and you'll remain together as a group until you return to the court. Again, the bus will pull up to the back and drop us off when we're done with the view. If anybody needs assistance on the view, just let the court officers know, and we'll make arrangements while we were on the view. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask that you go back to the deliberation room, get ready to go on the view, and we'll meet you out back on the bus in just a few moments, okay? Thank you.
May I swear the court officers
Yes.
first? Thank you. All court officers joining us, please raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in this trial as the parties think necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it is the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues, that you shall keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God.
I will.
Thank you.
Let me just say two more quick things. So our court reporter comes on the view, so you'll see Ms. King on the view as well with a portable recording device, and we're going to be escorted to the different locations by the police just so we're not sitting in traffic all day. Okay? Thank you.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, follow me, please. Watch your step. Get right with you, folks, okay? Usually we're supposed to try to do that now, okay? Go. Watch your step. Restroom, let's do that now. Be with you in a moment. If you guys need to use the restroom.
All right, we'll see you downstairs.
We stand tall for truth, you see. No chains of doubt, we're running free. Equality, we shout out loud. With justice here, we're feeling proud. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. Watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Open eyes that shine. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. We stand tall for truth, you see. No chains of doubt, we're running free. Equality, we shout out loud. With justice here, we're feeling proud. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. Watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Open like the shine. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. We stand tall for truth you see. No chains of doubt, we're running free. Equality we shout out loud. With justice here we're feeling proud. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Justice is a right. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. Watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Open like the shine. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our troops are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. We stand tall for truth you see. No chains of doubt, we're running free. Equality, we shout out loud. With justice here, we're feeling proud. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. Watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Open like the shine. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our troops are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of Fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. We stand tall for truth you see. No chains of doubt, we're running free. Equality, we shout out loud. With justice here, we're feeling proud. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Justice is a right for all. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. Watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Open like the shine. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. We stand tall for truth you see. No chains of doubt, we're running free. Equality, we shout out loud. With justice here, we're feeling proud. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Justice is a right for all. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride, justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. Watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Open eyes that shine. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride, justice by our side we ride. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride, justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. We stand tall for truth you see. No chains of doubt, we're running free. Equality we shout out loud. With justice here we're feeling proud. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Justice is a right for all. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride, justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. From the streets to the court we fight. In the dark we bring the light. Tear down walls that hold us back. With unity we stay on track. Justice is a process, watch us rise. Watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes. Open like the shine. Together strong, we'll never fall. Justice is a right for all. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. Voices loud and hands up high. We'll break the chains and touch the sky. With every step we take in stride. Justice by our side we ride. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our troops are brave, our stories told. Heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. In the heart of every place, fight for love and endless grace. No one left out in the cold. Our truths are brave, our stories told. We stand tall for truth you see. No chains of doubt, we're running free. Equality we shout out loud. With justice here we're feeling proud. Justice is a process, watch us rise. We ignite the change, open eyes.
Please be seated. Court's now in session. Turn off your cell phone.
You have the witness ready?
Yes, he's right
Okay,
outside.
Great.
Do you like me to re-swear him?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Officer Summers ready for the jurors.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's back. Yeah. Why, do you need something?
Wait, sit down.
Sure.
Rise. Please be seated. Court is now in session. Turn off your cell phones, please.
Okay, if we could have the witness back, please. Take it down. You just watch this.
And if you could just raise your right hand, sir.
Please, clerk over on the right-hand side, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall be but?
Yes.
And sir, would you step right up? You can have a seat. You do me a
Good
favor,
afternoon.
Just keep your voice when you speak. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Beatty, if you...
Good afternoon, sir. So I think when we left off, we were talking about your communications with Ms. McLean and Mr. Tuerk. Did you have both of their cell phone numbers in your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Turning your attention to the end of 2019, the fall of 2019, would you communicate with both of them on your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any idea of how often you would communicate with Ms. McLean the fall into the winter of 2019?
I did more so with Katie than Harry.
Okay. So you sort of anticipated my next question. Do you have any idea during that time period, fall into winter of 2019, how often that would be?
I don't recall how often.
Okay. And in 2020, would you also communicate with both Ms. McLean and Mr. Tuerk?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And at a certain point in time, were you aware that Mr. Tuerk had left 29 Valley Road?
Yes.
And after he left 29 Valley Road, did you continue to communicate with Mr. Tuerk?
Yes, very little.
Okay. Did you communicate over text as well as voice calls?
I think more so by text.
All right. And did you continue to communicate with Ms. McLean over text and voice calls after Mr. Tuerk left the home?
Yes.
Okay. And would you see Ms. McLean in person?
I might have seen her in passing, but not, I don't think at their home.
Okay, and during that time period, during February, March, April, May of 2020, where were you living?
I was living at 85 Walpole Street.
And who were you living with at 85 Walpole Street, if anyone?
Myself and then when my kids came over.
Okay. Were you in a relationship with anyone during that time period?
I think so, yes.
Okay. When you say you think so, are you certain?
I'm not really certain of exact.
Exact timeframes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not exact time frame.
And have you been in a relationship for many years with one person?
Yes.
Okay. And can you ballpark say how many years that is?
13 years.
Okay. And have there been periods of separation in those 13 years?
Yes, a few. Yeah.
And did you live together during those 13 years?
Yes, on and off. Yeah.
Okay. In terms of being a patient or a client of Ms. McLean and Dr. Tuerk, did Dr. Tuerk ever provide any medical attention to you?
No.
All right. What about Ms. McLean? Were you ever a client of hers?
Yes, she did Reiki.
And had you had Reiki prior to meeting Ms. McLean?
No.
All right. How many times did Ms. McLean provide Reiki to you?
Once.
And where was that?
At their house.
And where in the house?
I think it might have been like the living room or something, or.
And do you know Vanessa Pettigrew?
About the what?
Do you know Vanessa Pettigrew?
Yes.
How do you know Vanessa Pettigrew?
Through Harry and Katie.
Do you know when you met her?
I don't know exactly when I met her.
Okay. In May of 2020, do you know how long you had known her? Whether it had been months or weeks or years?
Maybe a year and a half.
Okay.
Maybe.
And what did you understand her relationship to be to either Katie or Harry?
They were friends. She was friends of theirs.
And did you have an understanding about whether or not she was married?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And did you know her husband?
Yes.
And did you ever spend time with Vanessa and her husband and Katie and Harry?
Yes.
And did you have text or phone communication with Ms. Pettigrew?
Vanessa?
Yes, with Vanessa.
Yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, Friday, May 15th, in the early morning hours, what, if anything, happened when you woke up that day?
I think that was when the text from Harry.
Okay. Do you recall the text that you received from Harry?
It was something about sorry. I think, sorry, brother. She was vindictive. I don't know it for word for word, but.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you take a look at what's been marked as exhibit number 1? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, can exhibit number 1 be published on the screen, please, at this time?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gilman, if you could just move down and thank you. All right. Do you recognize what's in exhibit number 1?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
What is this?
Yes.
The text message from him.
Okay. Could you please read it aloud?
Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I'm really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you, Harry.
All right. Thank you. And did you respond to that text message?
Yes, I said, what happened?
And did you get a response to that?
No,
All right. And did you send another text message after that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. If you take that out of the sleeve and continue on.
If I do what?
If you just take the paper out of the sleeve. Is there another text message after that?
Yes.
What does it say?
It says, where are you, buddy?
Do you recall sending that text message?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. You can just put both those things down. Other than sending those text messages, what, if anything else, did you do on Friday, May 15th?
I think I forwarded that text message to Vanessa.
And why Vanessa?
I was probably guessing it would probably say that I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. And did you ever get a response from Vanessa?
I don't recall.
Did you speak with Vanessa on the phone at all on Friday, May 15th?
I might have. I did not 100%.
Okay. And did you speak with anyone else on Friday, May 15th about that text message?
I think I eventually sent it to the police.
Okay. Did you ever speak to the police, either in person or on the telephone?
I think I did. It was brief on the phone and then in my driveway.
Okay. And when you say your driveway, is it fair to say that this was during 2020 and people weren't entering each other's homes as often?
Yes.
And does that make sense to you that that's why you were in your driveway?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And when you met with the police in their driveway, what was the purpose of that meeting?
The text message.
Okay. And did the police ask if they could perform an extraction of your cell phone?
Yes.
All right. And did they provide you with a consent form to sign in connection with that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you a document that's entitled consent form. Do you recognize that form?
Yes.
And do you recognize your signature on that form?
Yes.
Did you sign that form?
Yes.
And is there a date on it?
Is there a what?
Is there a date on the bottom of the form?
5/15/20.
Okay. Your Honor, may that be marked as the next exhibit?
Maybe marked.
Exhibit 277.
All right. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Back in 2019, that's when you first met Harry and Katie?
I'm not exactly sure exactly the time I met him.
Okay, was it in 2019?
Was it, excuse me?
2019?
I'm not 100% of the time that I met him. I met him at the Legion and we were drinking, so I
You remember what?
say again?
You remember what?
That I met him at the Legion,
Legion.
American Legion.
And you would socialize with each other, wouldn't you?
At the Legion?
All over the place. You guys were friendly, weren't you?
Yeah.
You were one of his best friends, weren't you?
I wasn't his best friend.
Oh, well, did you go over the house and hang out with him?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you.
Cigars, do you?
What?
You don't smoke cigars, do you?
No.
Did you go over his house and see that he would be sitting by the pool and he'd be smoking cigars and you'd have a beer or you'd have a drink with him?
Yeah?
On a number of occasions, right? You're nodding your head.
Yes.
Yes. And how would you describe your relationship with Harry?
I think we were friends.
Good friends. And you knew that he was a doctor working in Boston, right?
Yes.
You were also, were you good friends with Ms. McLean as well?
Yes.
In 2019, up until 2020, for example, did you know that Harry and Ms. McLean were going to get married in August of 2019?
Yeah, they talked about it, yes.
Right. And you know also that Harry didn't get married. He took it off. He canceled it, right?
I guess he did, yes.
I guess he did. You talked to him about it, didn't you?
I don't really recall our conversation.
You talked to Katie by text about it, didn't you?
Some, yes. I don't
She
recall.
was upset about that, wasn't she?
Yes.
And then as time went on, they ended up getting married again, or getting married, in December of 19, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Now, your telephone number back then, sir, was 617-201-4714. Is that correct? Yes? And that's the phone that you authorized the police to do a phone dump on, right?
Yep.
You knew that that meant that they were going to be able to use a particular computer-type program to access your phone and get text messages, videos, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And you signed that form, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that they were interested in was whether or not you had communications with Kathleen McLean at 339-222-9407, right?
Yes.
And you remember that was her number, right? Yes?
Yes.
All right. And when you would go over to their house, would you stretch your memory and recall that in 2019, in the summertime, you had occasion to go over there a number of times, right?
I don't know how many times, but yes.
I'm not asking you how many times, obviously, but there were a number of times. You sit by the pool, right?
Yes.
Have a barbecue, right?
Yes.
It had a television set that was attached, and it also had the fire pit and everything else, right?
Yes.
Waterfall, right?
Yes.
Yes, and Harry built all those, didn't he?
Did he what?
Built all those.
Yes.
And when you were giving your phone to the police and they accessed your phone, sir, do you recall how many text messages between you and Miss McLean were on your phone when you gave it to the police?
I don't recall how many, but it was several.
Several, right. Certainly not in the hundreds, right? When you gave your phone to the police?
I have no idea how many.
So Did you delete, sir, your texts between you and Kathleen McLean when you gave your phone, before you gave your phone to the police?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I
But
don't.
you knew that Kathleen McLean had been found dead, right?
Yes.
Yes? You knew that the police were investigating the homicide, right?
Yes.
You had indicated to the police that she had given you, strike that, he had given you a text indicating that she was a devil, I'm sorry, things of that nature, correct? Calling you brother, right?
Oh, you what?
Calling the text that he sent you, calling you brother and saying, sorry, she was a devil, she played us all. You remember that, right? So when you gave your phone to the police, you had that particular text that you gave them, right?
Yes.
That was about it. It was on your phone. There weren't any other texts on your phone, were they? Between you and Katie.
I don't recall what I did.
Do you remember taking your phone and deleting the texts? Hundreds of texts between you and Ms. McLean before you gave your phone to the police?
No, I don't.
Do you remember deleting the text from you and Ms. McLean?
No, I don't remember.
Remember deleting photographs or videos or FaceTime chats or anything like that?
No, I don't recall.
You knew that in 2020 that they got married in the Elvis Chapel in Las Vegas, right?
I guess they did it there, yes.
Yes, they did. Do you remember her texting you that they got married?
No, I don't recall getting a text.
Remember her texting you and you going with the exclamation points, congratulations, and going back and forth with texts about being married, don't tell anybody, things of that nature? She saying that to you?
No, I don't recall that, but
Okay.
if you have it on paper, then I guess it is.
Well, we'll see. Would you agree with me, sir, that you knew in your conversations with Harry, when you guys would maybe be sitting out by the pool having a cigar, he had a cigar, a drink or whatever, he confided in you that he made a huge mistake about getting married, didn't he?
He said that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't remember that.
But you knew that he was going to see a lawyer for a divorce, right?
I mean, this was so long ago.
That's long ago.
Your
But
Honor,
this is
could the
pretty
witness
important.
answer be allowed
I don't
to?
really remember conversations.
Hang on, sir. Go ahead.
May the witness be allowed to finish his answers?
Yes, just let him finish his answer. Mr. Reddington, please.
Of course.
All right.
Finish your answer. It's been long ago.
I don't know I don't even know where we're at.
All right, why don't you ask the question again, Mr. Reddington?
Back in June of 2019, sir, do you recall, well, let me back up. Can you describe for us what your understanding was of your relationship with Kathleen McLean in 2019?
Just a friend.
And you knew that she had moved in with your 3 children to Harry's house about a year and a half before that, right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And you knew that they were not married, but they were obviously living together, right?
Yes.
And you knew in your conversations with Harry that was, she's living in his house as a living girlfriend, right?
I guess so, yes.
You guess so. Did you ever tell Harry that, for example, you would talk to her about getting laid doggy style?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't recall that
Sustained.
conversation.
Sustained. You don't have to answer that, sir. Just wait for the objection, please.
Taking, for example, the number ending in 9407, that's Katie, correct?
That's what?
That's Katie's number, correct?
Yes.
We just went through that. And your number, sir, we went through, ends with the 4714, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, just like the DA, I'm going to approach you with,
Mr. Reddington, can you show Ms. Beatty, please?
I thought I sent it to you.
No,
This is
I said the date.
page 24. I'm sorry?
I said the date, June 19th.
But there's hundreds of text messages.
Yeah, you know.
It's June 21st. May we approach?
Mary wasn't part of that conversation.
No.
I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Objection.
Sustained.
For the record, then, I'd like to offer this to, as part of the identification,
Okay, it is. It's O for
Yes.
identification.
all right? Do you recall that you would have conversations, text conversations with Ms. McLean about Donna? Donna was your girlfriend, right?
We were broken up at that time.
What time?
We were, I'm not sure exact time, but it was, I think the time frame, I think it was around that time.
Well, I'm just asking you around what time?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember.
Say 2000?
We were on and off. We were on and off for,
All right. Do you recall that Ms. McLean would ask you about the status of your relationship with Donna, whether or not you guys were an item in talking?
I think she did, yes.
Yeah. And do you recall describing to Ms. McLean that you really didn't have much of a relationship with Donna, right?
That I what?
Didn't have much of a relationship with Donna.
Then we must have been off then.
Do you recall that on one occasion she indicated to you, sir, in your text messages, anything about her forcing him to fuck her?
No, I don't recall that.
And again, 9407 blue would be her, 4714 green would be you, correct?
Okay.
Could I see that, Mr. Farrington, please?
Excuse me. Pardon me, I gotta show that to you. If you pull them up, I can tell you what.
Page number?
Sure.
Okay. It's 45.
Take a look at that and tell us on the bottom of the balloons of whatever, what time frame we're talking about here.
6/21/19.
Okay? And I want you to read that to yourself. And does that refresh your memory about her communicating to you that she wanted to something about forcing him to fuck her?
Okay. I said, I don't know. Then I said,
What is that?
I don't know why, but no, you're not.
Okay, you're gonna have to keep your voice up and make sure the jurors can hear you, especially.
Oh, I said,
Just objection, just as to whether it refreshes his memory or not.
So ask him again if it refreshes his memory, Mr.
I'll ask you
Whittington.
again, does that refresh your memory, sir? It's actually-
well, I mean, reading it, I guess it does, but I don't remember the conversation, just what I see now.
Okay, so your memory, by looking at that document, is not refreshed, but you do agree that that document shows text communication between her phone and your phone, right?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep, it shows me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're on a not as refreshing recollection, but he's obviously adopted the document I've offered.
Objection,
Sustained.
So.
No, mark it for ID. You can mark it for ID.
Sir?
You can mark it for identification.
there'll be P for identification.
Thank you. Do you remember in the end of June, June 28th to be specific, page 60, on your phone, 4714 and 9407 between Ms. McLean and yourself, that she was asking you about whether or not you were with Donna. You indicated that Donna was leaving for Vermont, things of that nature, and then you inquired as to whether you were invited over.
Inquires if I was invited over.
Yeah. The middle balloon.
Page, please.
I gave it to you, page 60.
Are you asking if that refreshes his recollection?
Yep, that refresh your
Okay, so
recollection?
read it to yourself, please.
So, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And then your recollection refresh would be what? You asked her what?
Objection.
What?
Objection.
Okay, overruled. He may answer it. He may answer it. Just ask it again, Mr. Reddington, please.
Does that refresh your memory as to what you indicated to her, what you said to her?
When I was coming over?
Yeah. Okay, when are you inviting me over?
Yeah.
Okay. Just so I can understand, are these always going to be excluded?
If you want to mark that for ID, you may.
Okay.
Q?
So that would refresh your memory as to the fact that there was a conversation at the end of June 2019. And again, Harry wasn't part of that conversation, was he?
He was not in the text.
Well. And you knew that in page 73. And I can get the plastic sleeves, but, well, if they're in ID, it doesn't matter. Do you recall, sir, at the very end of June 2019, having a text conversation with Ms. McLean, again, at the end of June 2019, wherein she described it in graphic detail? 3 hours, fucking him every way, describing what they did. You remember that?
No, I don't remember
Did
that.
she ever tell you things like that? Do you remember?
Yeah, I mean, she jokingly said things to us. She would just say things in front of us, I guess.
In front of us? Okay, who's us?
I mean, friends.
Friends?
Yeah.
What friends? These are texts between you and her, right?
Well, okay.
That's your phone and her phone, right?
Yeah.
You didn't have friends involved in that text thread, right?
No.
And you certainly weren't sitting with friends with Katie and making a joke about what she described for you, right?
Is there a question?
Yeah, I asked him a question. He was reading this.
I'm sorry,
Memory
I'm not
refreshed on
following.
it?
Yeah, I see that it's on there, yeah.
Okay. And what does that refresh your memory to that she said to you?
Objection.
Okay, ask it again. Does that refresh your recollection as to that text conversation, sir?
Yes.
Okay, now ask the next question.
Okay? And what is your recollection now refreshed, sir?
Objection.
Overruled.
What she said.
Okay, so what does your recollection refreshed say that she said?
I literally just spent 3
You have to
hours.
slow down, make sure the jurors can hear you, sir.
I literally just spent 3 hours fucking him every way, his favorite too. He came twice, held me, telling me he loves me and not
I'm
to.
sorry, what was that? The last thing you just said?
Telling me he loves me and not to leave. This is like a soap opera.
Okay. And, can I do yours?
Yes.
Do you recall, in the middle of July, well, July 10th specifically, page 105, do you recall a text where you texted her at 4:30 in the afternoon and asked her to call you, and she said, yes, let me go outside? Do you remember that?
I don't remember it specifically, no.
Okay, so if it was like it wasn't late at night or anything, if Harry was home in the house and you called her, there were occasions that she would say, let me go outside to talk to you, right?
No, I don't recall if Harry was home or not.
Okay, but you recall that there were occasions when he would say, can you call me? And she'd say, yeah, let me go outside. Out of the house, right?
I guess so, yes.
Hopefully, make sure you don't guess. Page. Your balloon.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yeah, that we had that conversation, yeah.
That she wanted to go outside before she talked to you, right?
Right. Right.
Okay. Black for ID.
S for identification.
And then on July 13th, 2019, sir, you called. This is around 7 o'clock at night. You said, are you alone? And you wanted to know, where is Harry? Do you remember that conversation?
Not towards what it was about, I have no idea.
Okay. Did you want to go over and hang out with Harry?
All the time I went there, I wanted to hang out with both.
Why didn't you call him? You guys are bros, you know?
We weren't bros.
No?
But a lot of time I talked to her because of the Reiki session, and she also has a kid.
The what? The Reiki session?
Yeah.
No, we did that once.
Yeah, but it was really important to me because it was my mother that died when I was 22.
Objection as to form.
Sustained.
I'm telling you why I
One
called
second.
hers, because I wanted to talk
Sir,
about.
you need to wait for the objection. It's
Sorry.
sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
When was the Reiki session?
I don't remember when it was. It was before.
I suggest to you, sir, that out of the hundreds of text messages between 2019 and 2020, you didn't talk once to her about Reiki on a text. What are you telling this jury? What about Reiki?
What am I telling what?
You just said to me it was about Reiki sessions.
No, I said that I talked to her about Reiki sessions.
Yeah, okay. In text?
No, by phone.
Oh, by phone. Okay, well, let's stay with the texts. She would tell you on a number of occasions that she was either drunk or wasted or trashed, were the expressions. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you recall on July 20th of 2019, she indicated that she was drunk and you wanted to know if she was going to still be awake?
Objection.
No, overruled. That may stand. You can answer that, sir.
I'm sorry, Lisa, that would be page 145.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yeah?
Yeah? As to what?
That I asked that.
Okay, so she's told you in a text that she was literally drunk, right?
Yeah.
And your response was, oh, goody, you're going to still be awake, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Were you going to talk about Reiki if she was still awake?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, how about Harry? Did you call him or say, hey, I'm coming over to talk about Reiki with your drunk?
Well, I'm sure that she would tell him that I was going to come over and talk to her about Reiki.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
T for identification.
Did you ever, to your knowledge, sir, have occasion to reach out to Harry's then girlfriend close to the August marriage date?
About the what?
Ask her, do you recall reaching out to her at the end of July, close to the alleged marriage date? You knew that they were serious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall at that time frame, sir, reaching out to her and asking her what she was wearing?
Oh, for the wedding?
No, what she was wearing, because she said that she was down in the beach.
No.
No?
I don't recall.
Okay.
That's what she was wearing.
Do you recall you randomly reached out to her and said, "What are you wearing?" And she said, "Bikini." I'm sorry, that's on page 175.
Okay.
Okay. Let me flip the page. Does that refresh your memory as to the conversation further, that you wanted to look at it?
Yeah.
Did that have anything to do with Reiki?
No.
Did you know that Harry was there, or Harry was aware that you wanted to look at his wife or his girlfriend?
No, he was, yeah, I knew he was right there.
Okay. So was he aware, to your knowledge, that you wanted to know what he was wearing?
I have no idea.
Objection.
Wait, sustained.
Due for identification.
And then on August 12th, sir, of 2019, and I'll ask you again, do you recall her calling or texting you and complaining that he had canceled the wedding?
They canceled it more than once, if I remember.
I'm asking
So I don't know it was that date, but
I'm asking you, sir, if you recall.
I guess that was one of them, yeah.
Right. Do you recall her indicating, sir, refresh your memory, page 179 and 180. On vacation, she was on the beach. You remember that conversation, and she told you about the wedding.
She said she found out that he canceled the justice
You
of the
gotta keep
peace.
your voice up, sir, so
Oh.
the voice can hear.
She said just found out that he canceled the justice of the peace again.
Okay.
And I said, oh no. Your job is to remind me of this.
Your job is to remind me of this. Okay, and then what else, sir?
I said, okay. I can't believe I'm sitting here on the beach and was just told he canceled the justice of the peace he booked. And she said, oh, my fucking birthday.
Okay. And did you, to your knowledge, sir, chat with her further about him canceling the wedding, justice of the peace, and things of that nature?
No, I don't.
I mean, was that your business?
Say again?
Was that your business?
No, but she was telling me, I guess.
Right.
That would be V for identification.
Thank you.
V for
Hey, thank you.
Actually, do you recall that it was your fire department reverend that was the justice of the peace?
Do I recall that?
Yeah.
No, I did not know that.
Is your fire department reverend a justice of the peace?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Objection
All right,
relevance.
sustained. Sustained. That can be marked Friday if you want.
W for identification.
Now, sir, as time goes on, do you have any memory, sir, as to how many times that she, during that period of time, would ask you if you want to get drunk with her?
No, I don't recall.
There were times, though, right?
What?
There were times that she would ask you, come over, let's get drunk, things of that nature.
I don't recall that.
How about her sending you pictures of a sundress that she said was short? You remember that?
Yeah, it was. I think it was a wedding dress or something cut up,
Cut up the wedding dress.
something like that.
And she said that it was what, if you recall?
I don't know.
Do you remember asking her about, because she said it was short, and you asked her how short, right?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I don't know why.
You don't know why, okay. And she showed you a picture of it, right?
I think she did. Yes.
And then you then said, looks nice, do you recall?
Yeah.
And as time went by, do you recall in August 25 of 2019, having a text about her being angry with him? I'm sorry, it's 2:58,
What's the date, Mr. Reddington?
August 25, 2019.
Objection. Just form of the question. There's no statement that,
I'll rephrase the question. I'm going to show you your balloons and her balloons, August 25 of 19. Ask if that refreshes your memory as to her state of mind and her confiding in you.
objection.
Overruled. You may answer it. Does that refresh your recollection as to a text conversation?
Yes.
I think we better approach, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll approach. If you want to stand, by all means.
Now, sir, approaching you with the, what's been marked X for identification, and you read this to yourself, correct? You read this to yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and listen to my question. She's confiding in you or telling you that she didn't care that she caught him lying about contacting that ex sucks, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
Okay. The end of August 25 of 2019, do you recall text messages between the two of you where she was running away, going wild and having fun, getting drunk, and you wanted to find out what that meant, and then she sent you a picture of herself in a bathing suit? Any memory of that at all? Page 286. All right, take a look at that to yourself. Okay, that refresh your memory?
Yep.
You recall that in the course of that text message that she sent you a photograph of herself in a bathing suit?
Yes.
Okay. Was Harry involved in that conversation?
Not on that text.
Was he there when she was texting you?
Say again?
Was she there when she was texting you?
Was he there?
Yeah.
I don't know, I guess.
In other words, did you know, or to your knowledge in your discussions texting with Kathleen McLean, that her live-in boyfriend, where she's living with him, was there while you were texting, and she's sending you pictures of herself in the bikini?
I don't know if he was there or saw it. I have no idea.
Did you ever talk to Harry about, hey, she's looking pretty good, I've seen some pictures of her in a bikini or in the short skirt?
No.
Identification, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Would you agree, sir, that at the end of September in 2019, you had met up with her? This would be page 323. And she conveyed to you the fact that she was so effing trashed, she doesn't remember. Well, that's it.
No.
Objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
Well, I'd like to have that marked for identification. And obviously, Your Honor, I have a standing objection to the rule.
Okay,
right?
marked for ID.
Thank you.
Z for identification.
Do you recall that when the two of you were together at that time, that she was concerned that she, while drunk, said something to you about cheating? Do you remember that conversation?
What time?
3:30.
No, what date, Mr. Reddington?
26, 2019.
I'm sorry, 9/26?
Yes, 2019.
What was your question again? I'm sorry.
Okay, do you recall that you were with her and she was drunk and told you that she was so effing trashed, and then explained further about asking you whether or not she said anything about cheating while drunk?
I see that text, but I don't know what it refers to.
You see the text, but you don't know what it refers to. Would you agree, sir, that she basically indicated that she was with you? Yes?
No, I don't think she was with me. We were texting.
Okay. She's talking about something that happened like the previous day, that she was so trashed she doesn't remember it, and asked you if I said anything about cheating.
Objection as to form.
Okay, overrule, he may answer it.
You remember that? Does that refresh your memory?
No, I don't recall that situation.
Okay, and then you responded to the text about the cheating, I know, and then you indicated, does he know where you were?
I know, but I don't think it was with me.
So your memory is refreshed, you're texting with her about being with her that she was so trashed, and asks you whether she said anything about cheating, and then indicates that, and you then respond, does he know where you were? Right?
Yeah, but I don't recall the situation.
Do you remember where you were? You must have a memory of if you guys were in a car or at a party or somewhere.
I don't recall.
1 second. 1 second. Sustain. Next question.
Was that 8A for identification?
Would you?
Double A.
Yes.
Do you recall the end of September, September 29th, 2019, that she called you and asked if you can talk? You said by phone, and she indicated Harry's leaving in 20 minutes. Does that refresh your memory at all, sir?
No, I mean, it's on there. I don't know what it was referred to.
September 29th, sir, of 2019. Do you recall, after she inquired as to whether you could, this is 364, that you could, whether you could talk, and you indicated by phone, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. And she then went to describe fucking and indicated that boundaries were set and he broke them.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes. BB for ID.
Double B.
Would you agree, sir, that there were a number of text messages spanning the period of time from the end of September into the middle of middle of October 2019, where she would repeatedly ask you If you could talk, you would repeatedly ask her, "Where's Harry?" And then you would chat. You would chat on text messages. Do you recall that?
I don't recall where they were. I have no idea.
Okay, so without going through each and every single text where you would ask, "Where's Harry?" Do you have any memory at all, sir, in that time frame of being concerned where Harry was before you texted with her?
No.
In October, the end of October 2019, sir, do you recall where she indicated, again, that he was at a restaurant in Boston, the woman she told you about?
Did I recall that he was at a restaurant?
Yeah, she told you that she was at a restaurant in Boston, and that he was at a restaurant in Boston with the woman I caught him with. You then said, "Please call me."
Mr. Redding, could we have a page?
Sorry. What page is it?
413 and 20.
So focus on 413.
Again?
Let's focus on 413. Does that refresh your memory?
That. Yes, I'm going to lose it on him, that list.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, I'm going to lose it on him, that list. He was at a restaurant with a Boston woman I caught him with. I mean,
So you recall that, right?
well, now that I'm seeing it, yep.
All right.
CC for identification.
The end of October, October 27th of 2019, do you recall calling, this would be 428, "How's it going?" And you were told to swing by for a drink today. You recall that?
No.
Do you recall going over and drinking with her when Harry wasn't there?
No, I don't think I did.
Do you recall, this would be page 376, oh, wait a minute. Do you recall that she indicated to you that after they were married, we talked about, you knew that they got married, right?
Yes.
Do you recall, and I'm looking at page 591, December 28th of 2019 would be a week or 2 weeks after they got married. Do you recall her indicating to you that he wanted an annulment?
No, I didn't, I wasn't told that.
So again, looking at page 591, her phone ending 9407, yours ending in 4714. Recall her indicating he wants an annulment. Literally just said it. It's like 2 weeks after they get married.
I see that she said that, yep.
Okay, so that refreshes your memory. She did say that to you,
Yes.
right? Okay. And you knew, sir, that
Double D for identification.
you knew that they had basically been together for other than the 2 years after she met him and moved into his house after 5 months, that they got married in December, and she's telling you that he wanted an annulment like 2 weeks after the wedding, right? She was upset about that, right?
I guess so, yes.
Yeah? Do you recall on February 22nd of 2020, and by the way, you knew he was out of the house by order of the court because she got a restraining order against him on February 3rd of 2020, right? Come on, you knew he was
Yes.
out of the house, right?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Sustained.
He was out of the house because of a restraining order that she got, right?
I guess that's why he was out, yes.
Objection. May he finish his answers, please?
You ask it again, Mr. Remington?
Sure, she told you that, right?
Told me that he asked her, that she asked her. I'm sorry, say again.
Sure. You know that on February 3rd, at the beginning of the month of February, she got a restraining order and Harry was thrown out of his house, right?
I know that it happened, but I don't recall how I,
But do you recall texting him and asking him how he's doing? And he said, I got thrown out of my house?
yeah, when he was in Florida?
Well, that was after he had nowhere to stay. You knew that, right?
Yeah,
And he was asking people if he could stay with them and was scared because of the pandemic, right?
right,
And was saying that he needed shelter, correct?
yes,
He was reaching out to various friends or acquaintances, right?
yes,
And that would be including you, right?
yes,
You recall, sir, in April 22nd of 2020, page 29, on the Kurt and Harry text messages, that you asked how he's doing and, you know, does he have hope? And his response was, I wish there was a little more than hope. And then he said, hey, Kurt, let her know I'm more or less living on the street soon. I really need a safe shelter. The basement of my house would be safe, but she would need to take some actions. I don't want to die of COVID-19. As Massachusetts is getting worse, I have little protection. Do you remember that?
yes.
And your response was okay.
I guess it was, yeah.
So he had asked you whether he could live with you or move into your house, and you indicated that, well, you know, I got the kids, and let's go out to dinner soon, was your response.
Okay.
So you knew he went to Florida.
Did he go to Florida then?
I don't know, I'm asking you, you knew that
Well, if he was
had-
looking for me to give him a place to shelter,
Right, did you give him a place to shelter?
no.
Okay. But you were concerned for him, right?
Yeah,
And you knew that he had been thrown out of the house in the beginning of February.
okay,
And you were in touch with Ms. McLean at that point from there on, right?
yeah,
And you knew that Harry was looking for shelter and you couldn't help him out, that's okay, right?
no, I could not.
So on February 22nd, right after that, and this would be page 827, do you recall texting her in the morning and stating, I'm really, you know what, this morning? She says, what? And you say, horny. Remember that?
Not really.
Okay. Page 827. See if that refreshes your memory, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory, sir, that you texted her and began a conversation stating something to the effect that you woke up horny, basically?
Yeah, it was just joking. It was just joking around.
Are you joking around?
Yeah,
Where
she.
was Harry when you were doing that, joking around?
Huh?
Huh? Where was Harry when you were joking around doing that?
I don't know.
He was in Florida.
Objection form.
Sustained.
You knew he was thrown out of the house. This is February 22nd.
All right, why don't we take, let's break for the day.
Your Honor, if I may, EE for identification.
All right, sir, you may step down. All right, so jurors, we're going to break for the day. Let me just give you the instructions again. You need to keep an open mind, right? Don't form any judgments or conclusions, etc. You haven't heard all the evidence yet. You are not to talk about any aspect of this case to anyone. That includes spouses, family, friends, acquaintances, and whomever else. Do not talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. Do not stop in any public areas of the courthouse. Just leave the courthouse when I dismiss you for the day. Do not read, watch, or listen to any account or any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source. And do not visit the locations that were mentioned that we visited this morning. Okay, that's what the view is for, so you are not permitted to go back to any of those locations. Again, the reason I keep giving you these instructions is because you have to decide this case based only on the evidence that's presented in this courtroom and on nothing else. Right? The instructions that I just gave to you apply to any case in this building, including the Karen Reed case. All right, with that, I'm going to wish you a good weekend. We'll see you on Monday. We'll start at 9 a.m. We're going to do a half-day Monday, and as of right now, we're going to do a full day on Tuesday. I'll let you know about Wednesday when you come in Monday. Okay, just remember for scheduling purposes again, April 3rd and April 4th, we are not sitting, so you can keep your obligations on those days. I will talk to the attorneys about updating on the schedule again on Monday. That is whether we're ahead of schedule, on schedule, or behind schedule. I'll have that information for you on Monday. All right, so thank you for your time, your sacrifice, and your patience today. We'll see you on Monday morning.
Sure, is everything all right? Jurors, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Call me, please. You may be seated.
Okay, counsel, anything before the break?
Thank you.
Commonwealth?
Oh, thank you.
All right, we will see you on Monday morning. Have a nice weekend.
Your Honor, is there sorry, I know I said no.
That's okay.
Is there a possibility that we could just switch on Monday? Courtrooms?
I will check.
Thank you.
And
I think they're off until Tuesday. If I could run, but I think the Karen Reed case is not starting until Tuesday.
correct, but Ms. Beatty's asking if we can switch Monday.
Why?
Because of the concern that the
so basically all this chromatograph, the GCMS does is simply identify that the substance is present. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, yes.
And then you take that it's there and then put it on your report basically saying, I found gas.
We say we found gasoline residue.
For gasoline residue?
Yes.
Right, I'm summarizing, but that is essentially, the purpose of your report is to memorialize all of your findings.
That is correct.
And you testified, you said, or you've had, I'm sorry, not testified, strike that. Somewhere between 50 and 100,000 cases you've analyzed.
I'd have to figure out how many I have done over 35 years. Right off, I do not know.
Fair. But the whole point of that report is to be able to refresh your recollection should you be called to testify in court. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just a few more. So you do know the difference between underlying data and methods and procedures?
I do.
Okay. There is a significant difference, isn't there?
There is.
The method you're talking about is we use this MSGC and we prepare it, and you describe those methods, right?
I identified the methods in the report.
Right. But you can't identify the underlying facts and data that you interpreted to get to the result, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered. I think he's asked it ad nauseum. Last time he's asked
No,
it again.
because I can follow up.
One more time.
Okay. And because you don't have the underlying data, it would be unfair for me to try to question you because I don't have the underlying data. Do you agree?
Well, would you have used the underlying data previously?
Can I get an answer to my question? If I don't have...
So I'll have you move on.
Okay. I don't have anything more for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, would you normally, did you find out about this, that the records had been destroyed? Did you reach out to the company where you worked to get those for purposes of testifying?
Yes, I had received a subpoena sometime in 2024. I think the case was going to go around 2021 also, but I did not get any subpoenas at that time. In 2024, I had gotten a subpoena, so I contacted the company to be certain that I could get a copy of the report. Normally what I would do would be to go over to the laboratory and do the copying myself so that I had everything that I was going to need for testimony. And they indicated to me at that time that the case no longer existed. So when it was destroyed, I have no idea. But they informed me that they only keep them for 10 years.
And I'm not a science person, so you'll have to forgive my naivete on my questions, but would you normally, there was the graph that was put up, would that be something normally was that part of the data that you used to reach your ultimate conclusion that there was gas involved?
The chromatogram that was shown on the screen is similar to what we would have had. We have I'll call them charts, but they're charts of chromatograms, and with GC mass spec on those charts, and you notice there were peaks and valleys. Yeah. On those peaks and valleys, we can go in to the computer, ask the computer to tell us what are the ions that make up this particular peak, and then that's the mass spectrometry part. The ions are indicative of what makes each of those peaks, and the ions are all going to be different for each of the peaks. That's what I would have had in the file. Yes, all of the
produced at a hearing or something. You would normally have that.
I always have it with me. Very seldom in testifying over 35 years have I ever had to show it to the jury. I can think of one case. There was one case in Michigan that the attorney wanted me to show the jurors the chromatograms. They made copies of all the chromatograms and the extracted the ion sheets of the components, and the jurors looked at them and were able to come to the same conclusion that I had reached by using plastic overlays that I had supplied.
So you look at that with the word I can't pronounce, and then you make an interpretation off of that data of, in this case, gasoline on an item. That's the data, that graph that we saw, or something like that from Ernst, something similar to that would be what you would normally, that's what you're looking at, and then with your expertise, you look at that data and reach a certain conclusion.
Well, the reason I mentioned the chromatograms that we had provided to the jury in this other case was because they were able to take the overlays, the plastic overlays, and put them, plastic overlays being of known ignitable liquid residue. I think that case was also gasoline, but they were able to take those overlays and put them on the chromatograms that I had done and make the comparison, and that's exactly what I would do. It's got to be straightforward enough that it's identifiable to even those that would be serving on the jury.
So in this case, the jury wouldn't be able to do that though, right? Because we don't have it?
We don't have the data that does not exist.
Just looking through my notes, sir. Anything else, counsel?
When ordinarily you give your information to the requesting party, so in this case the insurance company who requests you test these items, do you send those chromatograms to them as well?
No, not unless they would ask for them, and I don't recall ever having an insurance company ask. Many times after litigation starts, one side or the other will like those chromatograms. They want copies of those chromatograms, but generally we do not send them directly to the insurance company because they have no idea what they're looking at. So,
thank you.
So is that the entirety of what, I know you don't recall reaching your conclusions in this case. You have your report of the conclusion, but this graph document you're describing, is that the totality of what data you would, or facts that you would have used to form your opinion that there was gas?
yes, it's based on gas chromatography.
It's based on that, and in this particular case, the results of the gas chromatography.
Gas chromatography coupled with mass spectrometry.
Okay.
That's
Did they destroy that data too?
It's gone.
The second one?
Yeah, it's gone.
And those are the pieces of data you used to reach your conclusion here?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, counsel?
You want legal argument?
First, I want to see if anyone has any more questions of him.
I know, no.
As far as you know, sir, that underlying data is gone forever, best of your knowledge.
The model that I had asked for at the laboratory no longer exists.
Thank you.
Go for it.
Okay. Brief arguments, counsel?
Your Honor, this isn't even a close call. MRE 703 specifically states the facts and data in the particular case which an expert bases an opinion or inference shall be in evidence. The use of the word shall indicates a mandatory imperative directive, and that's Burton versus Reese City Hospital Corp. 471 Mich 745 at 752. That's a 2005 Supreme Court case. The other case that talks about it, it necessarily follows that an expert witness may not base his or her testimony on facts that are not in evidence. People versus Unger, 278 Mishap 210 at 248. That's a 2008 Court of Appeals case. We do not have the evidence. He has to have that to interpret to get to those conclusions of a positive gas test. And why do we require that in MRE 703? Because, as the Supreme Court stated in People versus Kowalski 492 Mich 106 at 121 in 2012, expert testimony without a credible foundation of scientific data, principles and methodologies is unreliable and thus unhelpful to the trier of fact. Not even a close call. People versus Fackelman stated that an expert's opinion must be based exclusively on evidence that has been introduced into evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Blair?
The issue with every case that opposing counsel decided is those are all analyzed within the concept of the confrontation clause. The confrontation clause requires that a testifying scientist that prepared the report be present in court to testify. Obviously, he's here. He did the entire process, so the confrontation clause is not what's issued here. What it seems to me in reading that, first of all, it's facts or data, not facts and data. They're mutually exclusive to one another. So the facts are present here in court today. He's here to testify. The jury, I think, should be able to, Mr. Mueller can cross-examine him about the lack of the chromatograms. I don't think it renders his opinion and findings unreliable. He can question.
703 is really clear. Your witness seems to be testifying as credibly as he can. It's not his fault that evidence got destroyed, but his opinion was based on these two different manners of whatever you call them, but we don't have those. I mean, how are you getting around 703 here?
Because it's memorialized in a report, Your Honor.
That's the conclusion. The report is his conclusion. And so we're looking for the data supporting his report, which normally we would have, but by, a very unfortunate, no one's fault,
I understand that, Your Honor. I still think it goes to weight, not admissibility. He is a qualifying scientist. He is able to testify about the procedures that was used, what he did, and the results. But I think it goes to weight, not admissibility. I think it's admissible. I think he should be allowed to testify in his report. The jury can give whatever weight it wants. Mr. Mueller can cross-examine him ad nauseum about the fact that those chromatograms are missing and he can't do his own independent comparisons of the chromatograms and so on and so forth. But at least the report should still come into evidence. I think it's a valid record of everything that was done, and he can at least admit the report, and the jury can give it whatever weight they want to decide it belongs to it at this point in time. If they want to give it no weight because the chromatograms are not here, fine. But they can give it whatever weight they feel or they deem is appropriate. The foundation of him being an expert is not in question. The methodology he used is not in question. And his findings are still present. And I think that's important. And he can testify about the process that was used and how those chromatograms would be reviewed in arriving at his conduct, at his final results. Just because those chromatograms aren't here doesn't mean that those results should not be available.
Where do you see that in 703? Because I'm reading the opposite, that his opinion is based, he said, on two different things, neither of which we have. And the evidence in the particular case, or facts or data of a particular case must be in evidence.
Facts or data?
Facts or data.
Facts. We've got the facts. He's testifying as a fact witness. He is testifying to facts.
So he's not going to give his opinion about it?
Well, no, that's in his report. What I'm saying is he's giving facts about what he observed and facts that he saw. It says facts or data.
Because I don't understand that. He said again, I'm not a scientist, but he said his conclusion is based upon these graphs that he does, and he doesn't have the graphs.
I understand that, Your Honor. That's been beaten down here ad nauseum. I completely understand these graphs are missing. If I had them, boy, I'd really like to have them and save us all this 11th hour challenge to our evidence again in the middle of a trial. So, the problem with this issue is, Your Honor, there aren't really any specific cases that directly address what's going on here. Mm-hmm. This is kind of a novel issue. I did research last night. I think I at least supplied log report at 9:30 last night, of which the defense has supplied none. At 9:30 last night, basically trying to find something that would support this. I can't find anything. Because chromatograms apparently are something that no one cares about when an expert's rendering an opinion. And so I think that maybe is somewhat telling about this issue, is that it's not necessarily it goes to the weight, not the admissibility. It's not necessarily the underlying data. That doesn't necessarily supply the entirety of the underlying data, I should say, that the court needs to render a decision.
Okay. Okay, well, first off, I don't believe that this is a confrontation issue. I don't believe a machine makes testimonial statements, so we don't have to go there. But try as I may, after listening to this testimony today, I can't get around 703, which leaves the court without discretion. And the court is obliged to, and I quote, "An expert may base an opinion on facts or data in the case that the expert has been made aware of or personally observed. The facts or data must be in evidence or, in the court's discretion, be admitted in evidence later." He's identified two sets of, whether you want to call them facts or data, that he's put into evidence or that he reviewed that form the basis for his opinion. Through no fault of anybody here, the company destroyed that data, so we don't have it, which leaves the defense without the opportunity, apparently according to the rule of evidence here, to effectively cross-examine. I don't know that there's nothing in the rule that leads me to believe that this is in fact an issue of weight. Witness has been very clear. That's what he interpreted. That's what he had, but we don't have it here today. So I'm going to exclude the evidence.
May I suggest one other avenue, Your Honor?
Okay.
Could we admit the record as a business record, just not have him testify to the interpretations and his findings? I believe it would be a document kept in the regular course of business at Parker Analytical Laboratories. It could come in as a business record. However, he's not allowed to give us any expert testimony about what he did. He can simply admit the record. The jury can give it whatever way they decide.
Your Honor, that's absurd. He's the expert who's going to testify that the gasoline was positive on the red towels. To try to backdoor this in where he's not even allowed to testify, but you can read to this document to the jury. Come on. We've supplied 703. I'm not even belabor the point. Thank you.
I mean, Mr. Blair, that would require some research. I'm not going to go on the fly on that right now, but...
Well, then I'm going to ask the court to at least enter an order that Mr. Valliott's not to be referenced by the defense in their closing argument, in any arguments or the red towels or anything along those lines should not be mentioned by the defense, because I've heard a comment earlier about how if we don't present certain evidence, it's going to be, and I quote, rammed down our throat. So I don't necessarily want that, this to be brought up. I think that's fair and appropriate given how this has played out.
Your Honor, how many cases have you tried? One party gets up and makes promises to the jury in opening statement.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say,
Absolutely.
to comment on what wasn't done in a case, or but if he says it wasn't done, that's one thing, because that would open the door to, that's dishonest, because it was done, but just that the jury would see it.
I'm concerned it comes up in a closing argument, and the problem is we made no promises about what the jury was going to hear from Mr. Valiott.
Right.
So it seems only fair given how this has played out in court. There's a fundamental fairness issue here as well, that it seems to be falling on its face.
Really, Mr. Blair? Because you keep presenting this as this last-minute issue. This is your evidence. You're the proponent of the evidence. If you go back and look at the transcript of this matter in 2021, we discussed all of this. And I said, assuming the prosecutor can lay the foundation, I'll allow it in. So you've been on notice. I've been on notice. We're all on notice. It's a rule of evidence. It's a standard rule we have to follow. That's my ruling. So I don't know where this is about fundamental fairness. If the it happens in every criminal case where the defense highlights what evidence you didn't hear. And so if they want to say you didn't hear any evidence of the towels, that's fine. Now, obviously, if they go on and say the prosecution never had them tested or something like that, that would be completely inappropriate. But to highlight for a jury evidence that they don't hear in a case happens all the time.
Well, essentially, if they get up there and say you didn't hear from the testimony of Craig Valiott, well, you've excluded it, so it leaves us in a kind of an unattainable position. I guess that's where I'm kind of going with this.
Well, I guess what we could do is when we get to that part, you can provide me in advance of what you intend to say to the jury, and we can go from there. If it's as it relates to Valiott. Okay. Well, then I could just order that you not bring it up. I mean, that's what you'd rather.
If that's the alternative, we'll make an outline, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking. Is
Yeah,
that
no,
we're
I
not
get it.
commenting on a witness that wasn't allowed to testify
Right, okay.
by court order.
No, I get that.
I mean, that only seems fair.
That would be fair if it's because he couldn't lay the foundation for the exhibit
Well-
and the opinion.
Let's worry about what closing arguments later.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Ms. Balliet, if I was a little chippy with you, apologize.
Anything else then, counsel, before we?
I do have one
Yeah.
issue, Your Honor. So if the defense brings up any testimony that Ms. Sturmer smelt or had Mr. Todd Sturmer was down there bleeding this furnace, which is obviously not the fuel oil that was found on those towels, it could come in as impeachment evidence.
No, I mean, I think there may come a point where impeachment evidence could come in. I
Yeah,
mean,
so
I have to hear it.
if defense presents witnesses that are going to
someone-
say
yeah.
that she was down, that Todd was down there bleeding the furnace, and if defense starts then putting the fact that there was this fuel oil that was on this rags and she was down doing laundry, I certainly think that at that point we need to revisit this for impeachment evidence, and then we would ask to admit it under a business record, as I've already brought in Mr. Balliet from out of town. So I just want to put everybody on notice. I mean, you can't then go ahead and start arguing after the court's excluded it that that's what happened when we have obvious knowledge that that's not what occurred.
Defense, just be on notice that you may open the door to this coming in as impeachment.
All right, but I want this for the record. There can be no opinion for any purpose that he hasn't laid the foundation to say what he did. To try to get some record in under the business record exception for impeachment purposes where there's no evidence of what he did, how he got there, is absolutely, it's inconsistent with the rules. That's not what that's for. You have to lay the foundation for any expert opinion.
Right now, we're here on the 703 issue. I've ruled on that, and so we'll have to just play other things out as we go.
Thank you.
I just want to make the court aware that we would intend to admit it under impeachment evidence then. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, counsel, before we bring in the jury?
But I only have one question, Judge. If she's talking about, when you talking about impeachment, like bringing Mr. Balliet back in on the witness stand?
I don't know if I'm addressing him or you, Your Honor. We would have to address that fact. If they're going to put witnesses up on the stand, or Ms. Sturmer's going to take the stand and says, I smelled fuel oil and I washed it and Mr. Todd Sturmer was working on the furnace the night before, then I think we have the opportunity, the door has been opened, where then we would be able to then cross-examine and bring that in as impeachment evidence and say, isn't it true that that tested positive for gasoline and not fuel oil? That's all I'm saying. I'm going to be asking for Mr. Balliet to be released on subpoena. So I don't intend to bring him back unless the court were to direct me or order me to bring him back if we need him for that impeachment evidence.
How about if we get there, someone get me some law on whether the evidence that's been excluded under 703 can then be brought in for impeachment? I don't know. I haven't done that.
The only way they would try to do that is to backdoor it in through Jim Shinsky, who then they're going to read question and answer about his interview relating to that. All of this stuff now, given his opinion, as I put in my objections to their exhibits, is irrelevant. The red towels are irrelevant. His CV is irrelevant. His appearance is irrelevant. The red towels have nothing to do with this case, given that you can't connect it to gasoline.
I'm not here to rule on the red towels right now. I'm here to rule on the 703, which I've done, so.
That's the opinion about the red towels.
They might have some reason to introduce the red towels. I don't know.
Give me a second here to clean up.
So may I let Mr. Balliet
Yes.
off of the subpoena and maybe leave then?
Yes.
Okay.
Terry. And Dr. Markey, you're reminded that you're still under oath. Thank you. Mr. Mueller?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Markey.
Afternoon.
You and I have never met, but we've talked a couple times on the phone, right?
Yes.
And I think we even did a Zoom at one point. Remember that during COVID?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a lot of questions today about your autopsy report and the results, okay?
Okay.
I want to just first begin with, if I can, something I made a note of. You said when the body came to you, it comes in a sealed body bag, right?
Typically they do. I don't recall if this one was or not. I'd have to look at my report.
But the reason it's sealed, you said, it's important that it's sealed, right?
I mean, generally they're sealed so that when I open the body bag, I know that there's nothing that has happened to the body since it was put in the bag until it was opened.
Right. Important for chain of custody issues, isn't that right?
Generally, that would be the reason.
Okay, because as a forensic scientist, as a forensic pathologist, you know you're in court and you have to establish a clear record of this was the body at the scene and the evidence with it, right?
Yes, I mean, that's essentially the reason, as I stated before.
And then when it gets to you, you open the bag and we can make sure that what was at point A is at point B.
That would be the reasoning, yes.
That's why you document what's at point B when it gets to you. Am I right?
That is correct.
All right. Do you know typically if the medical examiner's office has a policy, like where you work, you do things for autopsies for different counties, don't you?
That is correct.
Right. Where the MA's office has procedures and policies where evidence can't be removed from the body unless the medical examiner's office signs off on it.
Yes, in the counties where I serve as the medical examiner, the body is my jurisdiction and anything that's on the body is my jurisdiction at the scene. And if something needs to be removed for some reason at the scene, then generally